Right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. You're watching AMS Live with me, Boy. This is the beginning of the Polderbaan. Departures today. This is an A319 from EasyJet going to Liverpool. This particular aircraft is 16 years old. Its first flight was in March 2007. You can see how the airplane immediately points directly away from us. There's crosswind from the right for the airplanes taking off. The wind is blowing from the northeast. 11 or 12 knots or so, meaning ripples in the water. The wind probably audible on the mics. Smoke from the chimneys blowing a little bit to the left of us, but towards us, so crosswind. Otherwise, temperature is around 18 degrees, I think, maybe a bit cooler even. With the wind combined, a little bit chilly actually. Happy that I decided to put on a vest and jeans, because otherwise I would have probably gotten cold. Looking around, you guys can see mostly cloudy right now. There are some openings. This is looking to the east, southeast. This is looking to the south, southwest, and the west. Looks like further to the west, more open clouds. Now unfortunately the wind is blowing from the northeast, so this is where we need to look to see what weather is coming. I think it is expected to stay dry. It should stay dry mostly in the upcoming days. It would even get a little bit warmer in the upcoming days. Maybe a few droplets land inward, I think they predicted for today, but I think we'll keep it dry for the duration of the stream. The windsock, the fire station, no activity at the fire station just yet. I haven't seen them doing their round already, so I think that is something that is still due. Did see, I think it was K1 patrolling over here, setting up some fireworks while I was setting up. I think it also might have caused the birds, what birds there were over here in the water, to fly away. As you can see over here in the water at the moment, not much going on. Maybe, yeah, there are a few birds further up north in the water. It is an easy start of the day. At the moment, 2 runways in use for departures. I didn't see a whole lot of traffic on the platform active yet, outbound, but I'm sure that will pick up later as the morning progresses. At some point, undoubtedly, the center runway, which is now also being used for departures, will close in favor of this runway. Looking at the flight radar, I can see that there is an Embraer 175 coming this way, going to Southampton. Looks like there's also a 737 to Lisbon underway. Now interestingly enough, there are also a 747-400 to Miami from Martin Air. I think it's a blue KLM Cargo 747, yeah. Active on the cargo platform, as is a FedEx Boeing 757. Although that doesn't say anything about destinations, etc. I didn't see any of either of the two in the departures list, looking at flight radar and departures for Schiphol. So I'm not sure if they are going to depart somewhere while I'm live, but time will tell. In the meantime, a lot of people already active in the chat. Good morning to each and every one of you. Jan Duracell, goedemorgen. Peter van der Eyck, goedemorgen. Tris Gamer, goedemorgen. Hey daar Olaf, goedemorgen. Roy, goedemorgen. Paul, goedemorgen vanuit Leiden. Kailash, goedemorgen. FJWH, goedemorgen, good morning. Rowenda, goedemorgen, good morning. Mr. Master, goedemorgen. Rick. Nigel, good morning mate. Arnoud, goedemorgen. Captain Eddie Bos, good morning my friend. Hope all is well. Jacob, goedemorgen, good morning. Ronald, goedemorgen, good morning. Sander, goedemorgen. Piep. Stefan, goedemorgen, good morning. Checking in from Aussie land in Melbourne. Good afternoon, mate. Good arvo, mate. Camille, salut mon ami. Merci beaucoup. Doing well, absolutely. Albeit a bit cold, I have to say. Right, so here is the Embraer 175 to Southampton. It seems to skip. Oh, and there is also the bird controller. Was it indeed K1? It was indeed K1 in the VW. The Embraer is taxiing to the runway threshold, will not depart from over here. Helene, goedemorgen. Aaron, goedemorgen. Florian, guten Morgen. Herzlich willkommen. USA Titan, USA Ryanair fan, good morning. RDW, goedemorgen. Kobi en Jan, goedemorgen. RDW is voor de registratie, hè Rick? CJIB is the one for the fines. So, we should be good. Alright, let's have a look. Where was... Oh, I was back at the main platform area. This is KLM flight 915 going to Southampton, Embraer 175. 6 years old, first flight January 2017. Another departure taking place from center. Let's see, that was an Embraer 190 on its way to Stuttgart. Right, so there is the cloud base. Hopefully things will open up as the day progresses. It does look like the sun might peep out in a few minutes, just temporarily. Right, what is coming next? Oh, hey, is that 747 on the move? It looks like it is on the move. That is interesting. Yeah, it is taxiing. Okay, so it looks like the Boeing 747 going to Miami is underway. Very likely candidate to depart from the Polderbaan, obviously, going to the west. In the meantime, good morning to Debbie. Goedemorgen Marijn. Peter, goedemorgen. Christina, good morning. Checking in from Miami, Florida. Happy Thursday to you too, and to everybody else. Good morning, Blackburst. Hey, I hear a splash, and let's have a look and see what just arrived. The first duck of the day. Looks to be on its own still. Not seeing any companions. But we have our first duck so early in the morning already. Wow. The exception to the rule, we've come to learn over the season that ducks are on average not early birds, but some are. That's good. Little variation in the population. Right, so this Embraer also foregoing the entrance where I'm standing in line with in favor of the threshold. So we'll have to wait a few more seconds. An authority vehicle passing by. Respect my authority. And Monsieur or Madame Quacker. Doing a little morning swim. Burning off some calories. Always good. Stay in shape. Get in some fibers. Alright, next up. Another Embraer 175 from KLM going to Norwich. Flight 1515. 5-year-old airplane. First flight February 2018. Hey there, James Mail, good morning. Indeed, I saw that the HiFly Malta A340 departing around 11 AM. So, normally A340s rather rare over here at Schiphol. Nowadays, we are lucky that Suriname Airways has restarted flying the A340 again. But other than them, we hardly see them anymore, but today is the exception. We are going to see a HiFly A340-300 going to Paris Orly, I think, if I recall correctly. E2 Embraer 195 on its way to the runway threshold. And another KLM Embraer. What will it do? Will it proceed or continue on the same? Yeah. Both going to the runway threshold. Aniruda, good morning. Daniel, good morning. MidKS, good morning. So this is an E2 Embraer 195 going to Bilbao, KLM flight 1685. This airplane is 1 year old. Its first flight was in November of the year 2021. You can see how it immediately has to steer to the right. Looks like it is departing right in line with us, but in actuality it is moving to the left. But the nose is pointing to the right to compensate for the crosswind. Let's quickly turn the camera because this Embraer will probably depart shortly. Embraer 190 going to Trondheim, KLM flight 1173. 9-year-old airplane, first flight December 2013. Mrs. Professor, good morning. Pirate Chris, good morning. You guys are up early. Oh, and Yellard says that the A340 is delayed. Expected departure now 12:15. Okay, well, I'm still around then, so hopefully it will take off from this runway. That is a bit of a question. Lieve goedemorgen kerel. Hey Belinda, goedemorgen. Sydney Cuevas at 34L, good morning. Greetings. You guys are up early, all you Americans. Is it so warm that you guys cannot sleep? Are you all night owling? What is up? This is an Embraer 190 KLM flight 987 going to London City. 9-year-old airplane, first flight November 2013. In the meantime, it is getting a bit more busy over here. Most interestingly, the first queen of the show on its way over here. Hey Koenie, goedemorgen. Nart, goedemorgen. Hope everybody is doing alright. We have a queue forming. This is KLM flight 1541, Embraer 190 going to Leeds. The airplane 13 years old. She's nice and shiny. Well, at least the main body of the fuselage is. Don't look at the tail. Ignore the tail. Oh, birds, birds, birds. A lot of birds. Holy cow. Where is the bird controller? Shamrock flight 841 going to Cork, A320. 22 years old, first flight February 2001. The gear is going up. Old livery, you can see the horizontal stripe by the nose instead of the curve. That is the latest livery of KLM. This is the penultimate version. KLM flight 1143 going to Oslo, Boeing 737-800. Star Alliance A330 behind it, taxiing to the threshold. This airplane is 15 years old, first flight January 2008. And Mrs. Professor is a night owl for sure. Well, you and me both. Which is why it's always difficult to get up early to stream. I'm always having a social jet lag actually. Because going to bed before midnight, if I do that, then you'll know something is up with me. I'm probably sick or something. Archit, good morning. Frans, goedemorgen. Lenny, good morning. Perfect timing, everybody. First queen of the day. I'm not sure if we are going to see more, but this one is at least one we'll see. Going to Miami. KLM Cargo flight 6141, Boeing 747-400. Now this grand lady is 20 years old. Her first flight was in March 2003. Matthias asks if I ever saw a bird strike. Well, luckily I haven't. Luckily and unluckily, of course, when you have the camera ready, it is interesting to see, but I much rather see the birds next to the runway in one piece than seeing them getting devoured or hit by airplanes. United Airlines Flight 71, Boeing 777-200 in the Star Alliance livery going to Newark. 25-year-old airplane, older than the 747, first flight October 1997. Not the fastest climber, but definitely getting there. And again, big flock of birds over here. I hope that the pilots call this in at ATC so that the bird controller will come this way. In the meantime, thank you so much and congratulations Arnoud for 1 month of membership. Thank you for your support. Hope you continue to enjoy the streams and content. Thank you for your support, mate, and congratulations. Hey there, Loco Loco, Mr. Ozas, Stranger, good morning. Frank, goedemorgen. Two Embraer 190s over here at the moment. The one lined up going to Humberside, the one after it to London City. This is KLM flight 1485 Embraer 190 going to Humberside. Already rotating and climbing. The airplane is 11 years old. Her first flight was in January 2012. Zoom out, look at the difference in height between it and the preceding 777. That was around halfway, half the height at that point. Let's see how this Embraer to London City fares. Will it also rotate as quickly as the preceding one? KLM flight 985 going to London City. And this airplane is 14 years old. Its first flight July 2009. Quick rotation, also light. Interesting. Probably not a lot of souls on board then. Flight radar says climbing with almost 3,600 feet per minute, 3,500. This airplane, by the way, 14 years old, first flight July 2009. It too already quite high, as you guys can see. Now, where is the bird controller? I'm not seeing it. Or is it that vehicle? No, that's a van of sorts. Interesting, interesting. Okay, well, hopefully the bird controller will come soon. Don't like so many birds so close next to the runway. Right, the next couple of airplanes are already coming this way. In the meantime, thank you so much, Sydney, for your super sticker. Shiva Dog raises and lowers his index finger to get noticed. Well, duly noted. Thank you so much, Sydney, for that. Indeed, stranger souls are quite light. Or at least that is, I think, what most scientists would claim. Let's have a look. What is coming? Embraer 195 Embraer 190 and an E2 Embraer 195 are on their way. Still a quiet, easy start of the day so far. Hey! Interesting, when I looked earlier it looked like the E2 was behind the Embraer 190, but now it seems that it has overtaken the Embraer 190. CJ, goedemorgen. Gerrit, goedemorgen. Well, if you plan to come while I'm still around, be sure to say hi. Hey there, Mark, good morning. Let's see what the E2 will do. It is coming this way. It is preparing a right-hand turn. There we go, E2 Embraer 195. Going to Stavanger. It supposedly has the 1700 E-Jet sticker somewhere on it. By the looks of it, it is a somewhat subtle sticker just behind the front entrance door. This is KLM flight 1199 going to Stavanger. Brand new airplane, meaning less than a year old, and its first flight actually was last September. So it is almost 1 year old, this airplane. Hey Gosse, goedemorgen kerel, alles lekker? Just look at the openings in those engines. High bypass, small core, you can almost see through them. All very subtle. Just that little wart on the on its back. The Wi-Fi bump, not so subtle. I think it has a standard size and it looks proportionally bigger on smaller jets than it does on wide bodies. Right, on its way to Stavanger. Ah, lekker op de camping. Goed bezig, Gosse. Here is its smaller sibling, the Embraer 190. This one is going to Gdansk in Poland in a minute. KLM flight 1917. This airplane is 13 years old, first flight October 2009. Stanley, good morning, checking in from Greece. Hopefully the temperatures over there have come down somewhat to more moderate and doable levels. No longer 40 plus Celsius. And still it looks like more birds are huddling next to the runway. It looks like the crew is only getting bigger. And this is right next to the runway. Really interesting. Still, yellow pickup trucks nowhere to be seen, so I hope this all goes well. Peter, goedemorgen. And Renee, celebrating 3 months of membership. Congratulations, mate, and thank you so much for your ongoing support there. Hey Marius, goedemorgen. Well, more birds, more birds, more birds. This is insane. Yeah, why didn't you all sit even closer to the runway? Meantime, more traffic coming our way. Looks like another E2 Embraer 195. Behind it is a Boeing 737. Sumo Burger, good day, mate. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Hope everybody is doing alright. Now, if you guys look in the ticker, you can see the weather. 11 knot wind from 050 degrees with the wind direction variable between 010 and 090. So basically, northwestern wind varying between north and west. 9999 means visibility 10 kilometers or more. Few clouds at 1,600 feet. 18 degrees Celsius is the temperature, 14 degrees is the dew point. The pressure, the air pressure is 1021 hectopascals. No significant changes in the weather are expected in the upcoming 2 hours. The E2 going to the runway threshold. They are moving a little bit from right to left. They're now more in the grass adjacent to me. But there are a lot of them and they're still pretty close by. Closer than I would have liked personally, but I'm no bird controller. This is KLM flight 945 going to Dublin, E2 Embraer 195, 1 year old, first flight May 2022. They also make a lot of noise. All the birds from left to right. Big gathering of birds over here. At least they're sitting closer to me now, so further away from the runway, so that is good. This is KLM flight 1127, Boeing 737-800 going to Copenhagen. This airplane is 4 years old, first flight April 2019. Well, the bird seems to be moving in the right direction, so that is good. Here we have another 737-800 KLM flight 1279 going to Edinburgh. It is 4 years old as well. March 2019, first flight. Looks like it is opening up a little bit, looking in the direction of the wind. Still parallel departures in progress. Also a 737 taking off from center. Arrivals take place on runway 06. A shark fin, it vanishes against in the foreground, in the background. Windsock getting more erect while we're waiting for the next airplane to come this way. I think that it would be a good time to update the ticker with a more recent METAR. Oh hey, also I'm seeing that the garage doors of the fire station have opened, so could that mean that the boys will be going on patrol in a minute? Let me have a look at the weather. Okay, not much change in terms of wind speed and direction. And there they go. Fire station. Activity. Fireman going on patrol. Also updated the ticker just now with the latest METAR, which will appear on the right, moving to the left. There they go. Might also engage image stabilizer with this wind. Probably alleviate the shakiness a little bit. Going on patrol, they will pass from the north later. Looking in the ticker at the weather, you can see that the wind is now 12 knots from 040 degrees. Wind direction still variable between north and more or less east. Visibility is still 10 kilometers or more. Few clouds at 1,700 feet. Temperature has climbed to 1 degree higher, 19 degrees Celsius or almost 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Air pressure hasn't changed, still stable weather. Hey Aphrodite, goedemorgen. Dale, good morning. Rolf, goedemorgen. I had a nice birthday, thank you for asking. Hope all is well with you, mate. And hope everybody else is doing alright as well. In the meantime, airplanes are coming our way. Shamrock to Dublin, flight 603. Will it come our way? I think it might. It looks like it. What's that in the background? Is that a helicopter? No. Flock of birds. More birds, as if we don't have enough already. Shamrock flight 603 A320 going to Dublin. 19-year-old airplane, first flight July 2004. I'm surprised that the METAR still indicated a 12 knot wind. It does feel a bit stronger than that, but I suppose that the METAR is always right. In the meantime, for the first time since the stream began, the sun has started to come out a little bit. Will only be short-lived, I guess, but it is making an effort to get out from behind clouds, so that is positive. We have a big bird coming. I think we have several big birds coming, looking in the background. Before that, two smaller birds are going to depart from the runway threshold. This is KLM flight 1167 going to Helsinki, Finland, Boeing 737-800, turn and burn. 22 years old, first flight September 2000. right. Next up, KLM flight 1155 and Embraer 190 going to Göteborg. The airplane is 9 years old, first flight January 2014. Hey Rudolf, goedemorgen, dankjewel. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime, good morning to you too. As you guys can see, the sun is peeping out from behind the clouds momentarily, providing some warmth and light. Alright, now ladies and gentlemen, the heavy hitters are coming. No less than 3 back to back. This is KLM flight 749 going to Bogota in Colombia in a few moments. This is a Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner, the mid-size edition so to speak. 7-year-old airplane, first flight March 2016. Dreamliner from American also coming this way. And the 777 also coming this way. I'm also hearing the firefighters behind me already. They are coming and looks like they're going to be noisy. They are already noisy. This is unfortunate timing, the Dreamliner is spooling up. Alright. Departure still taking place from center. Unfortunately, not all traffic is coming to this runway just yet. At some point, I think it probably will. American Airlines flight 221 going to Dallas Fort Worth, Texas. Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner, 7 years old. First flight October 2015. Hey Paula, goedemorgen. Indeed, Dale, we do have a breezy day. Supposedly it is only a 12 knot wind, but if it is, I don't know if it is the angle or something, but it is bugging me in following smoothly. More than I think a 12 knot wind ought to do. Anyway, this is KLM flight 743, Boeing 777-200 going to Lima in Peru. 777-200 ER, she is 19 years old. First flight October 2003. That is a 12 or 13 hour flight to Lima. Pretty distant destination. Good morning, Ian. Good morning, Smackaroni. Hope everybody is doing alright. Welcome one and all. If you just tuned in, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. These are departures from the Polderbaan. Up to now we have had dual runway operation, parallel departures in progress. I believe at some point we will see the closure of the center runway in favor of just this runway. It's how it's always has been thus far, so I am expecting that to happen later in the morning, hopefully in not too long from now. Also, I saw that apparently in the first half, I don't know the dates exactly anymore, but somewhere in the first half of September, yearly maintenance on Cargolux runway 0624 will take place, which means it will be out of commission for those days. That means more traffic to the other runways. So hopefully we will get to see a bigger flow of traffic. Now in the meantime, firefighters have completed their patrol round, almost. Nearly back at the fire station, where they will do some testing of their equipment, most likely. So let me see if I can zoom in on that, so you guys can see. Now, I'm not sure how many more 747s we are going to see in the stream. I think the next 747s expected to depart are due to depart somewhere after 1 p.m. And those times are almost always variable. They're indicative, but not always as precise as they are for the the passenger planes. There is an A340 expected to depart around 12:15 local time. Originally it was supposed to depart around 11 in the morning. HiFly, I think, to Paris Orly. Definitely one to stick around for. This is KLM flight 1073 going to Manchester. And Brown 175. She is 7 years old, first flight May 2016. Hey there Azad. Hey there Malaysia Airlines. Maboubek, good morning. Jan-Willem, goedemorgen. Berend, goedemorgen. So Archit asks, is there any A380 scheduled for departure today? Yeah, the daily Emirates flight typically goes back to Dubai around 3:30 p.m. local time, so that is still a little away. It first has to arrive and its arrival time is typically around 1 p.m. Air Baltic, going to Riga, flight 618, Airbus A320-300. Silent little buggers. Now this airplane is 5 years old. Its first flight was in November 2017. Hey Anne, goedemorgen. Remco, goedemorgen. Ah, so we are going to see another 747 at least around the same time that the A340 is expected, Yillard is saying. Thanks for that update there, Yillard. And Charlie J giving a nice super chat. Thank you so much, saying good morning from Portland, Oregon. Good morning, mate. And thank you so much for a very generous super chat. Appreciate it. And good morning to you too, my friend. Are you night owling or are you an early riser? Here we have KLM flight 661 going to Houston, Texas. Airbus A330-300. 10-year-old airplane. First flight January 2013. Let's go. Always nice and noisy, those A330s. Ah, night owling Charlie. Coming to Amsterdam in September, oh nice. Keep us posted. If you arrive, if it's a day, particularly over here at Polderbaan when there are arrivals, if the wind is blowing from the south, southwest, southeast, you will probably arrive on this runway, Polderbaan. In that case, make sure you have a right-hand seat so that you can see all the people standing next to the runway. If there are live streamers, they will probably film your arrival then. A bit more difficult if you do happen to land on the Cargolux or one of the other runways, but if you do happen to land on Polderbaan, chances are people are filming it. Hey Tom, goedemorgen. But where is the A340 standing normally? Let's zoom in. I'm not seeing anything. Plus I don't know exactly where it normally is parked. Even with image stabilizer on, it is still a bit shaky. Is that coming our way? Yes, that is KLM flight. What is it? 605 78710 Dreamliner going to San Francisco in a moment. Quite a few airplanes on the move. Some heavy hitters. Looks like the outbound rush hour to the Americas is beginning. In the meantime, a 737 just took off from center. That would be KLM flight 1669 going to Barcelona. 737-800. That is 15 years old already. First flight was in February 2008. Over at the fire station, seems like 2 of the 3 vehicles have already reversed back into the fire station. Oh no, wait. There's still 1 vehicle out there. Thank you so much, Rick. Let's hit the like button as a birthday gift. Nice. Thank you so much, man. Hey Donna, morning. Unfortunately, the tyrant manager is in the office, so we'll have to be carefully hide my earbud under my hair. Oh, that is the upshot that you ladies have when you have long hair. You can hide stuff under your hair. Sneaky. Okay, fire engine taking a piss. It looks like it is taking a little wee. Looks a bit silly if you ask me. Meanwhile, everything in the water is still quiet. Well, I mean, it's wavy, but in terms of birds, it is quiet. Now the birds that were in the grass over here before have gone without intervention of the bird controllers, seemingly. So that is good news at least. And here one big ass Dreamliner, the 787-10. The biggest of the family, going to San Francisco in a few minutes. Heinz, guten Morgen. Checking in from Garmisch-Partenkirchen. Isn't that always where the ski jumping is from on New Year's Day, Garmisch-Partenkirchen? This is KLM flight 605, Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner going to San Francisco. She is 2 years old, her first flight December 2020. So as you guys can see, there's crosswind from the right for the airplanes taking off. Looks like they are immediately flying away from us, but they are in fact moving to the left. They're crabbing a little bit to the right. Hey Roy, you're absolutely right. No aircraft landing on the Polderbaan. Schiphol tries to use single use for each runway whenever possible. Only when it is really stormy and a lot of the runways cannot be used, they will go to dual runway usage for both departures and arrivals. But most typically they separate the arrivals and the departures, one on the one runway, the other on the other. Now there is a train of airplanes underway. Now, even locking my tripod, having image stabilizer on, you can see that the image is still shaky. That is because we have a pesky wind from which you cannot hide properly over here in the field. And they are all the approaching airplanes are still taxiing around the threshold, which means that the center runway is still being used as well, unfortunately. But there is a big line of airplanes coming our way. Norwegian being first, Speedbird to London Heathrow, following it. In the far right, we can see an A330 going to Detroit. Norwegian is going to the runway threshold, as you guys can see. Blank, no smiling or grumpy faces on the back. Two more airplanes will be following the A330 soon. Air Baltic and KLM. Looks like there's a Vueling A320 passing around the southern threshold of the center runway. That will also come this way. Hey Han, goedemorgen. Alles lekker kerel. So around 12:15 local time, we are expecting both a 747 departure and an A340 departure. In the meantime, Norwegian is already going. Supposedly a special livery, but they have removed the image, or it still has to be applied. Going to Copenhagen. Norwegian 737-800. The airplane 7 years old. First flight was in January 2016. In the meantime, Delta A330 also going to the runway threshold. The next two airplanes following it over there. And over here we have British Airways going to London Heathrow, Speedbird flight 429, Airbus A320, 9-year-old airplane, first flight February 2014. Landing on Cargolux, Cargolux 747. And spooling up. Delta Airlines A330 flight 135 going to Detroit, Michigan. 16-year-old airplane. First flight July 2007. That was another noisy bugger on its way. Will the landing gear retract? It looks like it will. Perfect. Good to see Delta A330s taking off with no issues. We've seen it differently before. It is opening up a little bit, as you guys can see. The sun is also out. Still windy. Doesn't seem like it is slowing down the wind. This is Air Baltic flight 858 going to Tallinn. I think we already saw the one to Riga, so the one to Vilnius is also still out there, or it has to depart from center and we missed it. This one, 3 years old, first flight December 2019. Hey Paul, good morning. How's life in London? Hey Rini, goedemorgen. You can just see, if I don't follow the airplane, just let go of the camera, you can see how it is drifting to the left. It is basically crabbing out, climbing while crabbing. Maybe less visible when you follow the airplane, but if you let go of the camera so that it stays stationary, you can see it, the crabbing motion much better. Hey there Roadhog, good morning. FROP says good morning from Ireland. Good morning to you too, my friend. Hope all is well. This is KLM flight 1109, Boeing 737-800 going to Stockholm. 4-year-old airplane, first flight March 2019. And Han, last time I checked, 4 runways have been in use throughout the morning already. 2 for departing, 2 for arrivals. Was already the case when I was starting the stream this morning, and I think it hasn't changed in the meantime. Now, Nice fat 777-300 to Cape Town, taking off from the wrong runway. Bit of a letdown there. However, we have our own heavy hitter queue over here. But before that, Vueling. Flight A379. A320 going to Santiago. The airplane is 15 years old. First flight was in April 2008. Hey there, Oren, checking in from Ireland as well. Nice. Nice to see people from Ireland also finding their way to the stream. Welcome one and all. Bye Hansu, good morning. Alrighty, time for another round of two heavy hitters. This is a 777-200 going to Quito. KLM flight 751. This airplane is 16 years old, first flight April 2007. Hey Connie, good morning, checking in from Stockholm. Welcome mate, hope all is well. Oh, Rick has to go. Thanks for joining, Rick. See you soon, mate. Enjoy the rest of your day. This is KLM flight 601, Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner going to LAX. Brand new airplane. Started its career as an airplane in May this year. So it is still under warranty. Should still have that fresh airplane smell. That new airplane smell within. If I just zoom out and leave the camera stationary, you can see how it is crabbing its way out. Almost the reverse. It's almost like Arrivals played in reverse. Next, I think, is the first CRJ of the stream. I don't think we've had CRJs in today's stream before yet. SAS Flight 552 going to Copenhagen in a minute, once the wake turbulence of the Dreamliner has dissipated. CRJ 900 long range. It is 5 years old. First flight was in November 2017. Indeed, Francis. Glorious wake-up call indeed. Pesky wind. Alright, here she goes. Well, we can already see what is next. Climbing quite fast. You can definitely see how it is drifting. In general, it looks a bit more open. Looks like it is opening up a little bit. It was said that it's going to be a cloudy day with some sunshine here and there. This is an A320neo from EasyJet going to Manchester. Flight 22162. This Neo is 6 years old already. First flight was in May 2017. When exactly did the A320neos, when did they started the production? When were the first airplanes delivered? Surely not much longer ago than 6 years. Probably was one of the first airplanes then. Hey, Peter PDK, Sid Wool, good morning. Hope all is well. Milan says, Tui is coming in, that one is my girlfriend. Whoa. Aren't you supposed to be with her in the airplane going to Curaçao? Nice sunny destination. 737-800 to London Heathrow, doing a turn and burn. KLM flight 1009, 737-800, 15-year-old airplane, first flight April 2008. Ah, for college, okay. For 5 months, oh right, wow. Are you going to look her up in the meantime? That's a perfect good excuse to go to Curaçao, my friend. Plus, doesn't she need someone to carry her books? Hint, hint, hint. Wink, wink. Hey Karel, goedemorgen. Het leven is mooi, ja toch? Alrighty, well. This is TUI flight 361 Boeing 7878 Dreamliner going to Willemstad, Curaçao. This airplane is 9 years old. First flight November 2013. And on their way they are. Nicely illuminated by the sun. Beautiful to see the curvature of the wing flags. Richard, goedemorgen. Zaki, good morning. Thank you for your kind words. Glad you're enjoying. Welcome to the show, mate. Welcome to all other people who have joined in the meantime as well. Still parallel departures taking place, as has been the case all morning now. Interesting. Haven't seen the closure of the center runway just yet. Looks like it is still being used. Airplanes are still taxiing around it. You can also see the Air Baltic A222 Vilnius. So we have all three airplanes to the capitals of the three Baltic states. 2 down, 1 to go. Looks like number 3 is making its way to the threshold of the center runway. Interestingly enough. A320 to Berlin in the distance, coming our way. And having just gone around the threshold, coming our way as well, Delta Airlines Flight 73 A330 going to Atlanta, Georgia. Let's have a look. Well, there's a 777 on the move to Johannesburg, but given the fact that the 777 to Cape Town was taking off from center, I'm afraid the same might happen to the 777 to Johannesburg. There is an A330 to Portland on the move. That is definitely one for this runway. Thank you for the birthday wishes, Renee. Thank you so much. 41 already. Happily, I don't look like it and I don't feel like it. So, bit of an abnormal morning in that the 2 runways for departures have been open all the time. Normally at some point by now we would have seen the closure of center in favor of just this runway. Will the EasyJet take off in front of us, or will it take off from the threshold? We'll find out soon enough. The answer is the latter. Departures from runway center keep on going. Arrivals at 36 left also in progress, so It has been 2 runways in use for departures and 2 runways in use for arrivals the entire morning already. Right. EasyJet flight 22922 going to Bristol. Airbus A320. This airplane is 14 years old. First flight was in March 2009. Drifting out. In the meantime, here is another presumably loud bugger, noisy bugger. A333 going to Atlanta, Georgia, Delta Airlines flight 73. Let me have a look and see if we can update the ticker with more recent weather. I'm curious to see. It feels like the wind has increased in speed, but it could be just my perception. No, it is increasing a little bit. It says 14 knots in the overview, but in the METAR itself it still says 13 knots, but it looks like wind speed is increasing a little bit. Update the ticker. Adjust the font size, save, here it comes. And thank you to Donna. And thank you for subscribing, Frost. Happy you like the content. Hope everybody is. I've just updated the METAR in the ticker. As you guys can see, this is still from 35 minutes ago. There should be a new one released 5 minutes ago, but it wasn't yet available on Flight Radar. Wind speed is a bit faster, 13 knots instead of 12, 040 degrees, so still from the northeast. The wind speed of the wind direction is variable between 360 degrees and 1080 degrees, so basically the wind is variable between north and east. Visibility still 10 kilometers or more. Few clouds at 1,700 feet. Temperature 19 degrees Celsius. Dew point 15 degrees Celsius. The air pressure hasn't changed, and no significant changes in the upcoming 2 hours are expected. In the meantime, the Delta A330 approaching the threshold of 36 left. And that here is happening what I was afraid of would happen. 777 to Johannesburg, taking off from center. Delta Airlines flight 73, A330-300 going to Atlanta, Georgia. And this airplane is 20 years old. First flight was in July 2003. Now it is opening up. I'm looking to see if maybe I can spot an interesting contrail, but don't see any just yet. This is looking to the north, northwest, west. The wind, as you guys can see, is coming from this direction. Smoke from the chimneys or the vapor or whatever it is, blowing more or less directly towards us. Northeast, the east, southeast, south. More departures from center. Looks like another 737 on its way to Venice. KLM flight 1651. Boeing 737-800. Now, interestingly enough, a couple of airplanes will come our way, but looks like they are taking the... Well, let's have a look. Will they cross immediately? Hey, Delta A330. Yeah, they are crossing the runway directly. That can only mean one thing, ladies and gentlemen. The closure of the center runway in favor of this runway. That is good news. It is holding short. There is still a Max 8 to Hurghada taking off. Or did they make a mistake? And are they supposed to be... The proof of the pudding is in the eating. If American Airlines 203 to Philly also crosses the runway where the Delta is now standing, then I know with near certainty that they have closed center, which means that this will be the only runway in use for departures, which means that all the heavy hitters in the upcoming hour will come this way. So please, 747 and A340, don't get delayed. I'm already removing 36C from the departures list in the ticker. Hey, good night to you, Ivan, checking in from La Paz in Baja California in Mexico. Welcome, my friend. What is the time difference? 9 hours? So, late night still. Haha, and there's still an A330 going to Portland, Oregon that has crossed, has had to pass around the southern threshold, now moving up this way. They'll probably be pissed off seeing all those colleagues who can cross the runway, thinking, well, if we just waited a little bit, we could have done the same. So we see a couple of airplanes, they're all coming our way. I think the A330 destination Portland, Oregon is now entering the field of view from the right in the background. So A330 to New York JFK leading the pack. Which one will be next? Hey there, Warren. How's life in Atlanta? Good to see you, my friend. Hope all is well. Right, A330 to Portland seems to be number 2. Bird controller in the foreground. They are around, although we haven't heard them that much. So 2 A330-300s from Delta coming. Next, an American Dreamliner, yeah, to Philadelphia, 7878. Followed by another A330-300 from KLM going to Kilimanjaro. Air Europa to Madrid is a 737 today, not a Dreamliner. Right. Nice little train of airplanes, heavy hitters, although not as many as that one Monday, I think it was, where there were 14 in a row coming our way at some point. That was really ludicrous. Hope to see that once again sometime soon. Hey Jackie, thank you so much for saying hi and happy birthday. A short wave to you back from here in the Netherlands. Hope your stay in Austria is pleasant and schönes Wetter und gutes Essen daar. Thank you so much for your ongoing support as well. Now, a lot of A330s, so better lower your volume. These are all loud buggers, and if one doesn't wreck your eardrums or speakers, how about 3 nearly back to back? They'll pulverize your speakers if you put the volume too high. Don't say I didn't warn you. Hey Pieter, goedemorgen. Dankjewel. Nah, my birthday was last Monday, ladies and gentlemen. These are belated birthday wishes. My birthday was actually last Monday. Here we have Delta Airlines Flight 47, Airbus A330-300 going to New York, JFK. She's 19 years old, first flight September 2003. Let's go. GHXSTY. Happy birthday to you too, my friend. And good to see you again. Hope all is well. Jean-Yves, salut mon ami. Comment ça va? We're looking at Delta Airlines Flight 179 going to Portland, Oregon in a moment. A330-300. 16-year-old airplane, first flight July 2007. Alright, the gear is retracting. Hey! Another duck in the water? Good! KLM Flight 573 A330-300 going to Kilimanjaro. This airplane, 11 years old, first flight February 2012. Alright, enough with the A330s already. Time for a little change, switch it up. How about we do a nice little Dreamliner instead? American Airlines Flight 203 going to Philadelphia. 7878, 2 years old, first flight June 2021. You can see both planes, this one and the previous one, more in the center. And it is just a solitary coot over here, weathering the wind, swimming upstream, brave little bird. Don't be afraid to take the hard way. Go against the flow every now and then. Life lesson in it. Alrighty, Air Europa is waiting to get the green light to take off. Going to Madrid, flight 1098, 737-800. This airplane 10 years old, first flight April 2013. Could that be a coot? It could. It could be. It could be. And Anna, I think that the Star Alliance United did already depart earlier in the morning. Christer asks, where's Russell? Well, good question. I haven't seen him in actuality here. nor his bros. Speedbird flight 2825 A320 going to London Gatwick. 21-year-old airplane, first flight July 2002. Yeah, it's a quiet morning in terms of water birds and crows. We have had a lot of birds earlier in the stream, pretty close to the runway. Bit too close to my liking personally, but hey, guten Morgen, Hans-Josef, schön dass du auch wieder dabei bist. Hope you're doing well. This is Corendon Airlines, flight 8180, going to Dalaman, Boeing 737-800. The airplane you're now watching is 12 years old. First flight was in April 2011. Hey Laurens, good morning. Greetings from Ireland as well. A lot of people tuning in from Ireland this morning. And speaking of Ireland, this airplane is going to Dublin. 737-800, Ryanair, flight 421. The airplane 13 years old, first flight February 2010. Hey Kenneth, good morning. Jan Willem has to go. Bye bye. Thanks for joining, mate. In the meantime, I think this is the second CRJ of today. Going to the runway threshold. Going to Stockholm. Movement in the back, but will it be coming our way? Looks like there is a Dreamliner from United coming our way, 777-200 to Houston, Texas. Looks like the A320neo from Play is also active on the platform. A350 to Singapore. Ooh, wouldn't that be nice if Singapore Airlines also took off from over here. Also a while ago since that last happened, at least in my streams. Before that, first this CRJ 900 going to Stockholm. SAS flight 556, CRJ 900 long range. She is 6 years old, first flight June 2017. Okay, Liwa has to go. Thank you so much, Liwa. Enjoy the rest of your day. Aphrodite is back. Welcome back, Aphrodite. Wisseling van de wacht. Hey Otto, it looks like summer in Holland today, he says. Well, it is definitely a Dutch summer day in that we have a lot of wind. I'm standing here still with a vest on, jeans on. I'm happy that the sun is creeping out from behind the clouds every now and then, otherwise I think it might even get a little bit chilly with the wind blowing so fiercely constantly. However, it is said that in the upcoming days temperature will increase and sunshine will also increase. Today is a relatively bad day, but it is expected to get better. And truth be told, earlier in the week after work I did go to the beach in my shorts, in my t-shirt, just to have a look at the sun almost setting in the west. And it was nice and warm, so this is just a temporary moment where temperature is a bit less and a bit less optimal. In the meantime, Peter, thank you so much for becoming a member. Thank you for your support. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. You now also have access to all the emojis available to members, which will come in handy because we are expecting playtime soon. It looks like Play A320 Neo back to Reykjavik will also come our way soon. Oh, and German Monster says that in Berlin it is too warm. Dare I ask how warm it is right now over there? In the meantime, let me have a look at flight radar and also double check runway usage. Think, yeah, this is the only runway in use for departures and still the same two runways in use for arrivals as has been the case all morning. Now let me go to flight radar, have a look at the meter. Oh, wind speed has decreased to 12 knots according to the latest meter, still from 040 degrees. Let me update the ticker for you guys. So if you just tuned in, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS live with me, boy. We are standing next to the Polderbaan, runway 36 left. For a long time, one of the two runways in use for departures. Right now it is the only runway in use for departures. All airplanes taking off will come to this runway. We're expecting within the hour an A340, a 747, a Play A320 Neo. Just updated the weather in the ticker. As you guys can see, the wind is still more or less the same, 12 knots from 040 degrees. Wind direction still variable between north and east, more or less, 010 degrees and 090 degrees. Nothing much has changed. Temperature still 19 degrees, air pressure still 1021 hectopascals, visibility still 10 kilometers or more, few clouds at 1,800 feet. More of the same. German Monster says that tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, oh, Sunday it will be 32 degrees, tomorrow 30, 23 right now and 27 later in the day expected. That's quite warm, warmer than it is over here, although I think tomorrow we are also expecting temperatures of up to 27 degrees Celsius. Well, Han, if you think your summer in the Netherlands has been too cold so far, you'll get compensated for that in Italy then, most likely. Hey, Brussels Aviation, good to see you again. Hey, Parka. Looks like we are going to see a departure from an Embraer before the the 777 that just moved to the runway threshold. Nice headshot. KLM flight 1855 is this. Going to Düsseldorf, short flight, so I'm expecting, even with the entrance it uses to take off, probably will be airborne quite soon. Embraer 190. The airplane is 5 years old, first flight was in February 2018. start, turn and burn. Camera goes all over the place with that image stabilizer on. Let me switch it off, see what difference it makes. Back to going without the image stabilizer activated. Right, United Airlines Flight 21, Boeing 777-200 going to Houston, Texas. This airplane is a 200ER, 21 years old, first flight April 2002. Yeah, so the following is more precise in general sense without the overshoots, but you do get more shakiness, more jitteriness. It's just the wind is too back to enabling image stabilizer it is then. Although I did go to standard, maybe dynamic is even better. Let's just see. I have two modes. I almost always go to standard, but without knowing why actually. Maybe dynamic is better. And we have the Singapore Airlines A350 coming our way, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a while since we saw it depart from the runway we were standing next to, but today is one of those days we're lucky again. Happy to see it coming our way. There she is, the first A350 of the show, and a beautiful one to start out with. Not sure if we're going to see more. We haven't seen any departures from Delta A350s yet. They usually also have a couple each day. Not locking the tripod, and you can see that the camera drifts, so let me lock everything. A320neo from SAS behind it. Let's have a look. A330 from Turkish is active on the platform. A330 from Delta to Boston is active. Play has been active for a while, but it's not moving, so I actually thought its departure was expected around 12:30, 11:30 or 12:30 if I recall correctly. Don't remember the exact time anymore. Chris moved out of Curaçao 2 days ago. Now living in North Holland. Doing well, mate, thank you for asking. How are you doing? Have you settled already? Always a big change moving houses, particularly if it is moving from one part of the country or kingdom to the other, or moving countries in general. So this is Singapore Airlines Flight 323, Airbus A350-900, going back to Singapore. This particular airplane, 7 years old, first flight April 2016. Obviously taxiing to the runway threshold, and I'm thinking that this will precede the A350. Indeed, what I thought would happen. So this is SAS Flight 822 A320neo going to Oslo. 1 year old airplane, first flight February 2022. Turn and burn. The wind is blowing the camera to the left already. I don't have to pull. It gets pushed by the wind already on its own. I have to stop it from going too quickly. Maybe we should start a petition to get little observation huts next to the runway, covered from the elements, for airplane live streamers such as me and my colleagues. Too much exposure to the elements here. Right, here she is, Singapore Airlines Flight 323 A350-900 going to Singapore. 7-year-old airplane, first flight April 2016. Hey YouTube fan, goedemorgen. Saw that my chat froze or something. Maurice, goedemorgen. Yes, although I do sound a year older, don't I? I feel a year older as well. But otherwise I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. No need to be concerned. Hey Inda, good day to you too. Hey Guy, good morning. Peppi, Servus, schön dass du auch wieder dabei bist. Hey Bart, goedemorgen. Oh, now I accidentally switch off the chat. All right, back at it. Right, so what is coming? Oh, no, they have opened up center again. You can see already. That's not good. So we were lucky then that we saw the Singapore Airlines A350 just now. In that case, I think the A330 from Turkish to Istanbul is probably going to the center runway, and the next airplane will probably be, well, not sure where that A319 to Munich will be going to. Bit of a letdown that they opened up the center runway so quickly already. Oh. There it is. There's always this little firefighter vehicle driving between the fire station and the main platform area. I have no idea what it is doing, but you do see it move around every now and then. Now, I think we might have to wait until the A330 to Boston is coming our way. Let me update the ticker then. 36 center also being used for departures once again. Not the best day in that respect. Oh, interesting. Something going on that causes the, what is it, the military police, the marechaussee, to drive with their oh, that's the police. That's the regular. No. Where is it? No, I'm not really sure. Looks like the fish and chips van has already arrived. Right, so I think the next airplane is probably Turkish, taking off from center. The A330 to Boston is taking the southerly route around the center runway. Oh, Embraer 190 to Billund will probably be first. Let's just have a look and see if we can follow the departure from Turkish flight 1952 then. From center, going to Istanbul, A330-200. She's 15 years old. The airplane we'll see in a minute. First flight October 2007. Looks like the Turkish is on the move, looking at flight radar. There she is. Hey, Jerry, good to see you again, my friend. And thank you so much for that super chat. Radiation detector fire truck. Is that it? Could that be it? Surely not. Hopefully not. Although I can imagine that some airplanes might carry radioactive substances. Wasn't that also something that was questioned when that 747 from El Al crashed? Whether or not there was uranium on board or something? If I recall correctly, because they saw people in white suits back then, rumor started that there might be radioactive substances in that plane or something. Hey Lucas, goedemorgen. So I'm really annoyed that they have opened up the center runway once again. We are expecting the departure of an A340 and a 747 in the next half hour approximately, but now I am less convinced that we will see them up close. Right, so looking at flight radar, 3 airplanes are coming our way. First one should be entering the field of view on the right. It is already coming this way. Embraer 190 going to Billund. Also following is another Embraer 190 going to London City. There's an A330 going to Boston coming next. Hey there, Yorkshire, good morning. Good to see you again, my friend. Hope all is well. I'm once again hearing them. I think I do see some blue flashes in the distance. Something is up over there. I have seen campers over there before, so I'm not sure if we have a Dutch Heisenberg making blue meth over there. Maybe they got found out, but a little bit unusual. Or maybe maybe they are dying to have some fresh French fries, and maybe that's why they turned on their sirens, just to get it as quickly back to the colleagues as possible. Doing well, Paul, thank you for asking. Now look at that, it is an Embraer 190 in the SkyTeam livery. It looks like it is coming our way. So we get a nice headshot. Not a butt shot, but a headshot. Over here it's headshots, over on the other side it's butt shots. But shots fired, nonetheless. This is KLM flight 1345, Embraer 190 going to Billund. SkyTeam livery, as you guys can see. 11-year-old airplane, first flight April 2012. And still a pesky little wind. Interfering with following smoothly. So I did, as an experiment, change the image stabilizer to dynamic setting instead of standard, so let's see if it makes it better. Or maybe no difference at all. Things have opened up over here, as you guys can see. Still in the sunshine over here, which is nice. Speedbird, flight 8452, Embraer 190 going to London City. Now this airplane is 9 years old, its first flight was in March 2014. Crosswind still from the right, as you guys can see. You can see them crabbing their way out. Delta Airlines flight 259 going to Boston, Massachusetts, flight 259 A33300. Now this airplane is 16 years old. First flight was in December 2006. Situation in the water still unchanged. Ripply water, but devoid of birds, with the exception of the one coot and the one duck we saw earlier in the stream. Looks all empty right now. Also further up north, south. And this is Emirates Flight 146 going back to Dubai, 777-300ER. The airplane 13 years old, first flight November 2009. Now, speaking of 777s, there is one coming our way, by the looks of it. Hey! Speak of the devil. Guess who's back? Solitary coot. Hey, Muggintoleranz, guten Morgen. Schön, dass du auch wieder dabei bist. Wie geht's? So are they using that piece of wood as a ramp to get on land, I'm wondering? It does look like it's almost laid out for it specifically, but could also be perception. All is quiet still. However, there is a 777 on its way. Still taxiing south, has to go around the southern threshold because the center runway is back in use again, so they don't cross the runway, they have to go around it, either via the north or the south. E2 Embraer 195 by the looks of it. I like how it is brave and keeps swimming in against the wind and the stream. A true warrior. Hey Theo, goedemorgen. Bom dia Sueli. And the DJ 100 also good morning. Good to see you, man. Hope all is well. Hope everybody is doing alright. On over here a windy Thursday. Wind is definitely not slowing down just yet. It is coming from the northwest. As you guys can see, the smoke from the chimneys is coming directly towards me. The meter consistently saying it is between 12 and 14 knots, but it has been feeling all morning. Meanwhile, the coot is getting its cardio in by swimming upstream, which it succeeds in. Pretty soon we are going to see our next airplane come in from the right. It is on its way north now, west of the center runway. 777-200 going to YYZ, which, if I recall correctly, is Toronto. More narrow bodies taking off from center in the meantime. 737. Ah. Come on. I am too high. So, twin jet, first control of the day, insofar as we can still see it. Flying west to east, north of me. Already hard to see with the clouds in between. Just north of me, flying from west to east. First and only control I have seen thus far. Looking around, not seeing any other at other contrails at the moment. Another departure from center. Another 737 going to Vienna. And the camera is still on autofocus, I can tell by the focus dance it did just now. In the meantime, our next airplane is making its way over here, has become visible in the distance. Switch to manual focus once again. Only for the nearby birds in the water do I switch to autofocus. Right, so here is our next airplane. Hey there, Mike Wild, good morning to you too, mate. Good to see you again. Hey Hans, goedemorgen, good morning. From a very wet neighborhood of Hamburg. Are you guys having rain over there? I thought it would have become dry somewhat in mainland Europe, but apparently rain is quite nearby already. Looks like there's also a Finnair A333 to Helsinki on their way. This is KLM flight 691. Coming our way, 777-200 to Toronto. 17-year-old airplane. First flight April 2006. Looking at... You can see that the United 767-400 to Washington is also alive on the flight radar. Mainland Europe is Europe without the UK islands. So the Netherlands, Germany, France, Spain, Portugal, Italy, Greece, all those countries. But since Ireland, Scotland and Britain can also be considered as part of Europe, mainland Europe is the part that is continental and not island. Hey Patrick, good day to you too. Hope you're doing well. Paul going to the Lurkers Lounge. Good day to you, Paul. Thanks for your contributions in the active chat lounge, if you can call it that. So center has only been closed for a short period of time. I think it was less than an hour, wasn't it? Really not a long period of time. Not sure why today they keep both center and left open for such a long time. It is interfering with the flow of traffic a little bit, the flow of traffic. So again, 777-200 going to Toronto, KLM flight 691. And that was a 17-year-old triple taking off, which had its first flight in April 2006. And still no sign of any birds in the water over there. Russell the Crow also MIA. And the next airplane is going to the threshold for its takeoff and not to the entrance I'm standing in line with, unfortunately. Hey Jin, good day to you, my friend. Hope all is well. Good to see you. Jerry, my man, didn't you know Toronto is Asia now? Yes, the Chinese have acquired it. I think those KLM Asia planes are being used randomly, but specifically if they want to fly to certain destinations in Asia, then they have to fly with the KLM Asia airplanes. But they can also be used in other parts of the world. It's just when they need to go to Asia. So there was something political about it. I think it had to do with I'm not sure anymore if it was Hong Kong or Taiwan. Either, I think one of the two destinations, they had to fly to it with the KLM Asia airplanes. Undoubtedly someone in the chat is more knowledgeable about this topic than I am, so you guys fill Jerry in. This is KLM flight 1145 and Embraer 175 going to Oslo. Airplane is 5 years old. Its first flight was in January 2018. Next up, Embraer 175 going to Gothenburg. KLM flight 1157. 5-year-old airplane, first flight October 2017. Looks like the Finnair A330 is coming around the corner. Coming this way. Does anybody know why Finnair has been sending the A330 over to Amsterdam lately instead of their A350s? Seems a bit random. Maybe they don't have many A350s and they're up for maintenance or something. Less demand for tickets to Amsterdam. Just wondering if there might be a specific reason for it. Probably isn't, but maybe there is. If one of you guys know, do let us know. The same can be said about Air Europa, almost always sending a Dreamliner from Madrid to Amsterdam, but on some days it is a 737 instead. I'm not noticing any significant differences in using image stabilizer in the standard or in the dynamic setting. Maybe you guys do, but maybe if looking back at it at home on a bigger screen I can see a bit of a difference, but in the meantime, JDV, goedemorgen vanuit Gouda, Jaap en Co. Very good morning. And Jolande, thank you so much for your super sticker. A thumbs up hand gesture with the word stop. Thank you so much for that. How nice. YouTube fan says Cargolux 747 to 36C. That is bad news. Was afraid of that. Hopefully we will get to see the A340 going to Paris Orly. If I recall correctly, at least, that is a destination for which I'll probably fly from Polderbaan. Well, there it is already. Cargolux flight 2613, Boeing 747-400, going to Luxembourg, short flight, hence it's already airborne. Boeing 747-400 R7F. whatever that may mean. The airplane is 19 years old, first flight April 2004. In the meantime, we have an Embraer coming our way. Headshot. Going to Bergen, KLM flight 1187. Rolling start, turn and burn. I can smell the gasoline, the kerosene fumes, the exhaust gas fumes. Wind is blowing it in my direction. The airplane is 11 years old. First flight was in January 2012, by the way. You can still see how the airplane is crabbing its way out as it's climbing, facing right of the runway heading in order to stay on the runway heading. Meanwhile, the Finnair A330 has lined up at the threshold, ready to go once given the clearance. Finnair flight 1302 A330-300, destination Helsinki, Finland. This airplane is 14 years old. Its first flight was in April 2009. Ah, thanks for that information, Loco, who says R7F is the Boeing customer code for Cargolux. Didn't know that. Alright, the gear is retracting, however slow it may be. Always something to look out for on A330s. So that is on the way, as is that ITA Airways? Looks like it. Pinch out, yeah, that is ITA Airways. Hey, Aphrodite is back again. Good to see you. Steve asks, Finnair, isn't that where the last luggage goes? Don't know, mate, don't know, could be. It vanishes into Finnair, yeah. It's also where my money goes. Right, another departure in the distance. What is this? 737? Seven 700 going to Prague. Little stubby. The stubby one, the shortest of the family. Right, something is coming our way. What is it? KLM, by the looks of it on flight radar. 8th Embraer 190 followed by an A320 from British Airways. Embraer to Dublin, A330 to Istanbul will be taking off from center. The 767-400 is also on the move, coming this way. Now that 767 is still has to go around the southern threshold of runway center. Another airplane I would have loved to see take off from Polderbaan, now lining up at center. A330-300 from MNG Airlines in the 25 years livery. I will try to follow it as it takes off next from center, but a shame that they, for whatever reason, and I still don't know why, but they have kept center open now almost throughout the morning, which is quite unusual actually. Small one preceding, headshot coming in. KLM Embraer. This is KLM flight 1085, Embraer 190 going to Cork. 13-year-old airplane, first flight September 2009. However, I'm staying focused on this for the back, what is happening in the background. I'm waiting for the MNG A330. Oh no, Sun Express will go first. A330 from MNG has to wait. There's one airplane preceding it. Such similar to how this airplane is preceding the other one that is going to the threshold. Well, so those jumps are still there in either mode of image stabilizer. Maybe switching back to the standard image stabilizer then. Not sure if there is any difference. Hey Lance, morning mate, hope all is well. Been lurking in the lounge. Right, I think we can see the departure of this airplane before the A330 from MNG will take off from the center runway, or will it? Looks like it is next now. No, still a 737 from Tanzania also preceding the A330, so come on, move up, move on. There we go. Okay. Speedbird flight 431, A320 going to London Heathrow. 20-year-old airplane. First flight September 2002. Hey, the Doodle Man! Good afternoon, mate. From Zutphen. Hey, and Lance, don't you dare call out for an insurgency of moderators against the streamer. I will ban you myself personally if you continue doing that, mate. Right, that's the Transavia preceding the MNG A330. Over here at the threshold we have an Embraer 190 from KLM. I'm waiting for the A330. Hey Jens, welkom, alles goed, absoluut, absolutely. Oh, yet another airplane, Thessaloniki on center. Alright, this is KLM flight 935 going to Dublin, Embraer 190. 14-year-old airplane, first flight April 2009. Crosswind from the right. You can see the airplanes crabbing their way out, although it's not as visible with these Embraers because they climb so steeply and makes looking at their fuselage a bit more difficult because they are more in line with the line the camera is pointed into. 767-400 from United coming our way. I think this is the MNG A330 in the 25-year special livery going to Istanbul. MNG Airlines Airbus A330-300 flight 9406. Airbus A330-300 P2F between parentheses. The airplane is 15 years old. Its first flight was in October 2007. Not much that I can see on my little camera screen of the special livery. Hopefully you guys can see more, or were able to see more as it was closer by. I think it was a bit subtle somewhere in the front. It said 25 years, if I recall the picture from flight radar correctly. So next up is a big bird over here. And United also going to the runway threshold, as most heavies do, although we have seen a few diversions on the rule, exceptions to the rule I should say. I think we saw a 777 twice and an A330 once taking off from the exit or entrance that I'm standing in line with. So again, this is the stretch 767, the 400, and with the frequency we're seeing these airplanes over here at Schiphol, you would be biased to think that these are very prolific everywhere around the world, but in actuality these airplanes are relatively rare. Not a lot have been made, not a lot are flying in total. I think most of them still are flying. This is United Airlines flight 947 going to Washington Dulles Airport, 767-400 ER, 21 years old, first flight made 2002. In the meantime, looking at flight radar, it is getting more busy. Looks like there's a Dreamliner to Chicago coming our way from United. Couple of narrow bodies going to center. A330 Neo to Seattle coming our way. Interesting to see Cathay Pacific A350-1000 to Hong Kong, also active on the platform. Most likely will take off from center, but you never know, you never know. I think Cathay is still allowed to fly over Russian airspace, or through Russian airspace, over Russia. If that is the case, it might also come our way, just like Singapore Airlines did, but then again, Singapore came here when there was just one runway open. Now we still have two. Let me take this moment to have a quick peek at Bezoek Bus, which is a site that publishes expected runway usage. Let me at least have a look and see what the expectation is. Okay, well, they're expecting center to also stay open until 1 o'clock. And Polderbaan only again from 1 o'clock onwards. So that does not bode well for seeing the Cathay Pacific 1000. Although I think we are seeing it get pushed back right now, coincidentally in the background. Hey there, killer Spieler. Carl, Ellery, good morning to you too, mate. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hope everybody is enjoying themselves. Over here it is a windy day. Wind from the northeast. The airplane's taking off to the north. Crosswind from the right. We have airplanes coming our way. I expect a few to see a few appear in the background as well. First, let's have a look and see where these two are going to. Looks like the one in the foreground, yeah, continuing to the runway threshold. What is the second one going to do? Will it follow suit or will it come directly towards us? Two Embraer 175s. No, wait. Yes, no. Two Embraer 175s. Well, I think it is holding short for whatever reason. And a quick pan to the threshold where this Embraer is doing a turn and burn. This is KLM flight 949, going to Belfast, Embraer 175. This airplane is 6 years old. Its first flight was in May 2017. And this is interesting. That Embraer 175 seems to be standing still. Now, last few times I've seen that didn't bode well for continuing to the runway for departure, but oh wait, it is on the move now. It is coming closer. Now the only question is, will it be taking off right in front of us or not? Still on course to come this way. Marcelo, hello my friend, good to see you, welcome to the show. Rob Oud, goedemiddag, welcome. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime, welcome as well. If you're new to the channel and you like this so far, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. Friendly folk over here. Also, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. This is KLM flight 1475, Embraer 175, going to Glasgow in a minute. 5-year-old airplane, first flight February 2018. So big picture wise, it is opening up ever more. Still cloudy, but it is now predominantly blue sky if you look to the north. This is the overview looking to the west, the east. This is looking to the south. And this would be looking to the west. Wind is coming from the northeast. From over there. Looks like it has changed a little bit more to the east. No, the smoke is still coming towards us more or less. We have a United Dreamliner taxiing to the runway threshold. And in the meantime it looks like there is an Embraer preceding it, taking off in front of us. That would be a Embraer 190 from German Airways flying for KLM as KLM flight 1333 going to Aalborg. This airplane 15 years old, first flight January 2008. No, Aphrodite, no chocolate time yet. However, it is Dreamliner time. United Flight 908, Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner going to Chicago O'Hare in a minute. The airplane is 9 years old. First flight was in February 2014. Here she goes. Next up is going to be a little airplane. Once the wake turbulence of the Dreamliner has dissipated and the green light is given by ATC. EasyJet flight 22516 going to London Luton. The airplane is 16 years old. First flight was in September 2006. Alright, decision time. A350, it looks like it is entering the taxiway leading to center, as I was afraid would happen. I will obviously have a look and try to film her once she takes off from center. However, there are a couple of heavy hitters coming our way. In fact, after this A319 we will see a few big birds. The first A330neo of the show lining up behind me right now. Delta Airlines. Flight 143 going to Seattle, Washington State. A330neo, 4 years old. First flight May 2019. Hey there, Mario. Herzlich willkommen. Checking in from Berlin. Schön, dass du auch wieder dabei bist. Here we go. You can see the crosswind as the airplane is crabbing its way out of here. The wind today is relentless. The weather looks nice, but particularly out in an open field. Let's get my bearings. Where are the two? There we go. Saw the police helicopter in the distance. Always a bit needle in a haystack type of situation, but it is coming our way. Probably will land at Schiphol Oost once again. In the meantime, turning onto the runway threshold is this 777-200 going to Willemstad, Curaçao, KLM flight 733. 777-200 ER, 19 years old, first flight January 2004. Now if I had a close look on flight radar just now, I thought I saw the Play A320neo coming this way. She's not climbing quickly. She also took a lot of runway length to get airborne. Probably relatively heavy. Here it is, the A320 from Play coming our way. Destination not available, but it is actually going to Reykjavik. Seven in the background taking off. Unfortunately, the Play Neo not going to the entrance I'm standing in line with. Looks like a 747 coming in on the Cargolux. In the meantime, the A320 to Reykjavik, spooling up. Right, let's have a look and see what is coming our way. Embraer 190 to Stavanger. It looks like a 787-10 Dreamliner to Chicago is also coming our way. Hey! 777-200 to Shanghai is coming our way, looking at the taxi route it is on. Same goes for the A330 from Delta to Minneapolis. Oh, and I see that Aphrodite was so kind to donate to gift 5 AMS Live memberships. Thank you so much for that, Aphrodite. Really not necessary, but thank you so much. And welcome to all new members to the Aurora Skylines, ladies and gentlemen. Let's quickly go back to the camera. All the big birds are still taxiing around the center runway. No sign of it closing just yet, unfortunately. This is an Embraer 190 from KLM going to Stavanger, flight 1201. The airplane is 14 years old. Its first flight was in January 2009. Right, airplanes are underway, but they are not yet visible. They are slowly but surely coming our way. Situation over here in the water is still the same. Unfortunately, center, with the exception of maybe half an hour or so, has been in use throughout the entire morning, parallel departures all the while. So we're not seeing as much traffic as we normally would otherwise. However, what is coming our way is nice. 777 to Shanghai, followed by an A330 to Minneapolis. Another Dreamliner 10 to Las Vegas is also coming. Air Canada triple to Toronto is coming our way. Hey! Now why did that Dream... how did he... Okay, I thought the Dreamliner arriving now going to Chicago, I thought it might have crossed the runway, the center runway, which would be indicative of it closing, but it did go around it like the others are doing right now. Yeah, Yorkshire, I see your message. Hey, A380 has landed. Is runway 27 open? Interesting. Or did it come in from the south? Probably from the south. Right, so this is KLM flight 611, Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner going to Chicago O'Hare. It will undoubtedly go to the runway threshold. Oh. I think by the time this airplane has taken off, we will see the rest of the pack that is underway coming our way. A380 going to its usual parking stand. So this 787-10 Dreamliner is 3 years old. Its first flight was in January 2020. Let's see, 5 airplanes underway, 4 of which are heavy. So it looks like it is picking up a little bit, despite the fact it is still parallel runway operations. Carl has to go for lunch. Thanks for joining, mate. Enjoy your lunch and hopefully see you again soon. This is the train of airplanes that was underway, now turning around the corner, coming this way. Tyler says that the A340 is underway. Let's see, where is it on the platform? Oh yeah, I can see it. In a few moments we will know what taxiway it is going to move on. If it is the leftmost, then it's going to center. If it is on the rightmost, it will turn around the threshold and come our way. Would be nice to see the A340 from HiFly coming our way. Looks like it is turning onto the left of the 2 runways, so that indicates it's going to center. Yeah, looking at the taxiway it has turned onto, the A340 will take off from center. Jean-Yves has to go. Thanks for joining, mate. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully see you again soon. Right, nice little display, 4 airplanes, 3 heavies, 1 smaller one. Fifth heavy is in the back on the right, also coming our way. China Eastern to Shanghai. Here's the first airplane. Little EasyJet A320neo to Glasgow. Deviating from the course. Will be coming our way by the looks of it. Will it then overtake the A330? Or does it have to wait? Looks like it is going to overtake the A330, which is holding back. Now, there's also an A340 going to the runway threshold on center. Very unfortunate timing. A320neo going to Glasgow. I did something wrong on Flight Radar because now I'm seeing the map of Glasgow. That is not where I want to be. Alright, let's quickly scroll back to Schiphol. Looks like the A340 is lined up, but then again, so is this triple. Okay, well, HiFly A340 on its way to Paris Orly. China Eastern 777-300 ER going to Shanghai. 7-year-old airplane. First flight November 2015. Hey Luca, ciao. Good to see you again. Wind is definitely not slowing down. You guys probably can hear it and see it as well. A couple of heavy birds, 3 back to back. Delta Airlines flight 163 going to Minneapolis, A330-300. 16-year-old airplane, first flight January 2007. Right, gear is retracting properly. Hello Neo, checking in from Brussels. Charlene, thank you so much for your kind words, appreciate it. Glad you're enjoying the shows. Hope everybody is. Over here is KLM flight 635, Dreamliner of the biggest sort, the 787-10, going to Las Vegas in a minute or so. The airplane is 3 years old, first flight May 2020. So, were there any 747s expected to take off between now and 30 minutes or so? Because I think I am approaching the 4-hour mark of streaming and just wondering if there is a 747 worth sticking around for. Because I didn't think there were that many today. In fact, we've only seen one so far, at least taking off from Polderbaan. Hey Huub, goedemiddag. Groetjes terug, thank you so much. Tuning in all the way from Sao Paulo. Over here we have Air Canada flight 809 going to YYZ Toronto, Canada. It is a 777-200 long range, 15 years old. First flight was in January 2008. Now it was expected that around 1 o'clock the center runway would close. EasyJet going to the runway threshold. And this would be a Dreamliner to Calgary, if I'm not mistaken, YYC? Yeah, Calgary. Hey, and there is a 747 on the move going to Stansted from Silkway West. Now, even with dual runways in use, it would be logical for that airplane to take off from Polderbaan. Also see that Embraer 190 to Bristol is now crossing the center runway. We're not going around it, so it does look like they have closed the center again. Right. This is KLM flight 1120. No, this is not the right airplane. KLM flight 677 going to Calgary. Boeing 7879 Dreamliner. This airplane is 6 years old. Six-year-old airplane, first flight, August 2017. And you can beautifully see how the wing flex appears during the rotation. More lift or more weight on the wings. And that trademark curvature appearing. This is KLM flight 1129 Embraer 190s. It is going to Copenhagen. The airplane is 11 years old. First flight January 2012. Okay, so in less than half an hour another 747 is expected to depart. It's always the question if it is going to be on time, particularly with cargo and stuff. So was this 747 that is now coming this way, was that even a planned departure? I don't recall having seen it on the departures list. Oh, almost tripped over my tripod leg as I was trying to position myself. Right, and the second queen is coming our way, ladies and gentlemen. That is the second queen taking off from Polderbaan. And in the meantime, KLM flight 1051, Embraer 190 going to Bristol is taking off over here. It does feel like the wind is subsiding just a little bit. The impression that following the airplanes was going a little less jittery than it was the case up to the last 10-15 minutes or so. Let's have a look, shall we? Could also just be my imagination. That smoke still very much looked to come straight towards us from leaving the chimney. Queen still underway, A321 from Aegean going to Athens. underway over here. This airplane is 17 years old, ladies and gentlemen. First flight was in November 2005. Mods informing us that there might be another 747 soon. For now, we'll have to make do with this shiny lady. Lance has to go, apparently. Thanks for joining, Lance. Take care, mate. See you soon. Enjoy the rest of your day. Now the sun is not in that part of the sky that it is illuminating this side of the livery already fully. Otherwise it would have probably shown like a mirror. So this is Silkway West, flight 321, Boeing 747-400, going to London Stansted. Now, unless it is fully packed with bricks and cement, I'm thinking due to the nearby destination, it will probably be a quick rotation and a quick departure. Chris Rico asks, how is the wind? That's a good question, mate. Let me quickly see if I can update the ticker for you guys. Was 12 to 14 knots from the northeast all throughout the morning. Don't think much has changed. Maybe 1 or 2 knots less. Nah, I don't have the time for it. Rotating. Okay, it didn't sound too derated, but maybe it is heavier than we thought. This airplane is 22 years old, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Its first flight was in March of the year 2001. Oh my, she looks heavy. Heavier than I thought it would be. Not climbing very quickly. It's almost like we're watching an A340. Indeed, Aphrodite. Maybe it is a batch of cement or something. Hey, Michael. Perfect timing, mate, if you were just in time to see the departure of the second queen. Hey, ciao Matteo. Sto bene, grazie. E tu come stai? Got a little bit of wind and more sunshine, ever more. In fact, as you guys can see, this is where the wind is coming from. It is opening up. It's a slow and gradual process, but it is getting more blue, less gray. as the day progresses. Okay, you guys, obviously a stream in Amsterdam could not be complete without at least having seen this airplane once. This is the German Airways Embraer 190 in the Lycée for Chocolaterie livery. Had a look at their website yesterday evening. Didn't know they had several branches all over the north of Germany. Several branches. Look like tasty goodies that they are selling. Pricey but tasty. KLM flight 1857 going to Düsseldorf. The airplane is 15 years old, first flight January 2008. Now I haven't eaten anything since breakfast, so the sight of chocolate yummies does induce a few cravings. But as I've gotten a year older and my metabolism will probably have slowed down a little bit as well, I have to be careful now, otherwise I'll end up overweight. Right, now quite an influx of airplanes. Looks like most of them are narrow bodies for the time being. This would be Turkish Anadolu Jet flight 7769 A321 going to Istanbul. 19-year-old airplane, first flight April 2004. An Embraer is coming our way via the exit or entrance I'm standing in line with. This would be an Embraer 190 KLM flight 1425 going to Birmingham in a few moments. A 9-year-old airplane that had its first flight in November 2013. Hey Liewe, goed je weer te zien. And Alex asks, why does that E190 have a KLM flight number if it is German wings? Well, that is because KLM was having a shortage of airplanes to do all their flights themselves, so they rented a few from German Airways. So these are KLM flights being flown with rentals, or at least, I don't know, either one of the two. Mostly had to do, if I'm not mistaken, with a lot of the newer E2 Embraer 195s having engine difficulties, problems with the engines, and were grounded for an extended period of time. And to cover all their flights, they rented some from German Airways, among others. So there are actually flights from KLM just flown in aircraft that have the livery of German Airways. And one of them is the Lycée for Chocolaterie. Not a stream has gone by, I think, without us seeing it at least once. Now this is Vueling flight 8303, Airbus A320, going to Barcelona. This airplane is 12 years old. Its first flight was in March 2011. As you guys can see, it is still windy. I have image stabilizer activated, but downside of that is that it sometimes overshoots and undershoots. Now, earlier I mentioned, we hadn't seen a Delta A350 yet. Well, that's another check off the list. Also more A330 auditory violence coming our way soon. And that's a 737 in the background. I saw a light going on, so will it be coming over here first? I don't think it is moving. Oh, it is moving, but it is turning to the right, left, so that means it is going to the runway threshold to take off. Alrighty, Delta Airlines Flight 75, Airbus A350-900 going to Atlanta, Georgia. Alright, Aphrodite has to go. Thank you so much for joining, Aphrodite. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'll see you again soon. This A350, by the way, 4 years old. First flight was in September 2018. Right, word of warning, this might get loud. Is a KLM A333 going to Oranjestad in Aruba, if I'm not mistaken, in a few moments. Countdown, flight number, flight 765, 18-year-old airplane, first flight July 2005. Hey William, thank you so much for your kind words. You're welcome, mate. It's been a while since we last seen A330s keeping their landing gear lowered to cool the brakes or something. It's also been a while since we last saw an A330 reject its takeoff or abort it. Seems that things have improved in that respect lately. Not just for the Deltas, but for all A330s coming and going to Schiphol. Right, this is KLM flight 1281, Boeing 737-900 going to Edinburgh in a moment. There's a little bit of wake turbulence that first has to dissipate, after which clearance will be given. This airplane is 19 years old. Its first flight was in April 2004. Behind it is a 7879 Dreamliner going to Austin, if I'm not mistaken. AUS, yeah, Austin, Texas. Followed by an Embraer 190 going to Boston. Yeah, starting to learn these airport abbreviations. First, the 900 737. You can still see the crosswind from the right. The airplane is leaning in against the wind, or at least it has turned its nose into the wind a little bit, just to stay on course. Dan Hurd, good afternoon. Sasha, goedemiddag. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime, welcome as well. Let me turn around the camera. Dreamliner time, going to Austin, Texas. KLM flight 667. It is a mid-size 900 or 7879, I should say. Not 900, but 9. This airplane is 7 years old. Its first flight was in October 2015. Two Embraer 190s behind it to Poznan and Hamburg. Are we still going to see 747s, I'm wondering? Not seeing any on the platform. There's a 777 to Guangzhou coming our way by the looks of it. Just having a quick look. Aero Mexico also. Oh no, that has arrived. Oh, I'm looking at mixed traffic. Ah. Okay, the wind has definitely not slowed down yet, based on what it feels like. Bird controllers have switched vehicles. It is K2 now in the Ford Ranger Raptor Ranger. What does the pipeline look like? For now, it is these three airplanes. However, there's an A330 Neo coming to New York JFK. First up, this Embraer 190. Going to Poznan. This airplane is 13 years old. Next, another Embraer 190. Not going to Poznan, but that one is going to Hamburg. This airplane is 13 years old. First flight January 2010. William asks if I ever saw accidents during, or if I ever filmed them during takeoff or landing. Not so much accidents. I have seen a couple of rejected takeoffs and once a tail strike, but that tail strike was really hard to see, and only after somebody told me I recorded it and looked it back did I see it. So subtle it was. Also happened on the other side of the runway, so easy to miss. Just see how much quicker these Embraers are with climbing than if you compare that, for instance, with that 747 we saw, the last one. Even though it was going to a nearby destination, it was only at a third of where the Embraer was already at. Next up, 737-800 going to Ibiza. KLM flight 1497. People going to the beautiful island of Ibiza, clubbing or holidaying, presumably. 737-800. The airplane 22 years old, first flight November 2000. A330 Neo coming our way, ladies and gentlemen. Delta Airlines flight 49 going to New York JFK. A330 Neo, brand new, less than a year old. Its first flight actually in February of this year. Three heavy hitters back to back. This is an A330 Neo. Following behind it is a regular quote-unquote A330-300. Following it is a 777. And that little blue you see behind it is an E2 Embraer 195 going to London Heathrow. Looks like behind the E2 we will see a 787-9 Dreamliner to San Francisco. More is coming our way. Hey there, Swamp Fuel, good morning. Thank you for your kind words, mate. Appreciate it. Hope everybody is still enjoying the show. Right, A330 Neo time. Delta Airlines Flight 49, going to New York JFK. Brand new airplane, first flight February this year. Do I always do a detox of AV fuel after each spotting session? Well, not sure if that's very beneficial for my well-being and my health. Might have to give it a try, but I haven't up to now, so right, next up a quote-unquote old-school A330-300 going to Detroit, Michigan. Delta Airlines Flight 137, 7-year-old airplane, first flight June 2016. For a minute I thought they weren't going to retract the landing gear, and I thought we would have the first cooling issue of the day on the stream, but the gear eventually retracted normally by the looks of it. Right, 777 time. It is China Southern Cargo Flight 2578 going to Guangzhou, which I probably totally mispronounced, but there you go. 777 freighter, brand new, i.e. less than a year old, and its first flight actually was May this year. In the meantime, a gust of wind. Well, you can still see the crosswind, and the corrections the pilots apply so that they can continue on the standard instrument departure, which consists of climbing in runway heading for most of the departures from this runway in this direction. And it won't stop with the heavies. United, KLM, KLM, KLM. E2 Embraer 195 over here in the meantime. Switch it up a little. KLM flight 1017 going to London Heathrow, E2 Embraer 195, 1-year-old airplane, first flight October 2021. Photobomb by the LVNL yellow vehicle, air traffic control. To my knowledge, no updates on Anna. And indeed, Andy, it is breezy. Wind has been blowing with 12 to 14 knots all day now from the northeast. Luckily things are opening up a little bit, because with the temperatures just below 20 C all the time, it was actually on the brink of being chilly. Now, however, with the sun being out, that's no longer the case. Although it's not so warm that I would consider taking off my vest and standing in my t-shirt all the time. Still got the zipper up to the top closed. But you are constantly standing still, more or less exposed to the wind, so you do get chilled rather quickly. Right, another small fish before the big fish are once again added. Only saw the MNG 25-year special livery from a distance. It took off from center in the end. And heavy airplanes over here parallel, so only briefly did we see it. This is KLM flight 1679 going to Palma de Mallorca. Embraer 190. This airplane is 13 years old. Its first flight was in August 2010. Danny has to go. Thank you so much for joining, Danny. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I hope to see you again soon. Also, Paul Canavan, if you are watching still, thank you so much. I just received notification from PayPal that I received a very generous donation from you. Thank you so much for that, my friend. I hope you're still in the chat or in the stream listening and hearing this. Thank you so much, my friend. Appreciate it. This is United Airlines flight 3020, Boeing 7879 to San Francisco. First flight of this airplane was in September 2020, making this nearly 3 years old. Oh dear, check the voice mic. I think that is probably indicative of the DJI mic receiver having a drained battery. So I'm already detaching my phone from the DJI mic receiver. Ran out of juice, so I am attaching the charging cable to it, switching it on again. Right, voice should be back to normal again. Check, check. Hope everybody is hearing me properly. And the person donating via PayPal was Paul Canavan. Thank you so much again, Paul. Thanks for keeping me informed, Yorkshire. That was my DJI mic receiver. Running out of juice, so I now unplugged my USB charging cable that kept my phone completely full, still at 100%, so it can weather a period without, and the DJI mic receiver is now on the charging cable. This was KLM Flight 641, Boeing 7879 Dreamliner going to New York JFK. 6-year-old airplane, first flight September 2016. And beautiful, by the way, to see the curvature, particularly in this lighting. And as I say that, it flies into the shade of a cloud, typical. Why not jinx it, will you? So this is KLM Flight 791, Boeing 777-300ER going to Sao Paulo. This airplane is 11 years old. Its first flight was in June 2012. Hey Michael, goedemiddag. Gaat goed, gaat goed. Bedankt voor het vragen. Hopelijk gaat het met jou ook goed. Hope you're also doing well, mate. And thanks for asking. The sun is starting to come out. Although I don't get the impression it is opening up more than we've seen thus far. Looks like this is about it for the day. Was expected. Cloudy and sunny. Mostly dry. Hey there, Bethan. Nice to see you joining us. Hope you're well. Now, next up is KLM Flight 705, Boeing 7879 Dreamliner going to Rio de Janeiro. Airplane age 7 years. Its first flight was in October 2015. Quick question, are you guys hearing any interference right now since I turned on the receiver of my voiceover mic again and plugged it in the USB charging with the USB charging cable? I thought I heard some interference when I tested it at home. Just wondering if you guys are hearing anything right now. Something differently. Yeah, exactly. So you guys are hearing that as well. Some sort of buzzing sound. That is what happens when you charge the DJI mic receiver while simultaneously using it for the voiceover. Now, let me have a look. Seems that there are more or less only small airplanes coming. That 747 never came, did it? I'm also not seeing anything active on the platform right now. How long have I been streaming for? 4.5 hours. Okay, well. I'm also starting to get a little peckish. It is 2 o'clock already, so I'm thinking maybe it is time to call it quits for today. Charge everything up again and have a fresh new start tomorrow. KLM flight 1623 going to Milan, Boeing 737-800. Right, folks, I think I am going to wrap it up. I think we've seen the exodus of all the heavies for the time being. Obviously, at some point new heavies will come, but not on the very short notice. So I think I'm gonna wrap it up, go home, have lunch, charge everything up, and be ready for another stream tomorrow. Looking to go out again in the morning, weather permitting. I think weather will permit me to do so. If not in the morning, then in the afternoon, but most likely in the morning. Yeah, well, the thing is, there's always another airplane coming, ladies and gentlemen. At some point you just have to call it quits. Aviation at Schiphol is 24/7, so if you don't draw the line yourself, you're always standing here until everything has drained. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to wrap it up. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. I had a blast and I hope you guys did too. Looking to see you again. If not tomorrow, then hopefully later in the day or in the weekend, I should say. Indeed, weather for tomorrow seems to be fine. Probably warmer than today, so hopefully I can go out in t-shirt and shorts. Wear sunscreen, of course. Thank you all so much for joining me. Thanks to everyone who was so kind to donate super chats, super stickers, super likes, memberships, become member themselves. Thank you moderators, including all the new additions, 5 new moderators. Thank you all so much. We've seen most of you already today. Thank you all so much for joining. Take care. Have a nice day. See you soon. Bye for now.